Here we go. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I don't multitask well and to focus on trading, which is the important part, and maintain a good journal, which is also very important. I have resorted to this idea, and basically this is my charting package, IRT, and this is my execution package. This is Bookmap. Everything that I'm watching is captured here in the stream, in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And then because it's streamed to YouTube, I can review the stream on any device. So it's real handy, and it allows me to keep my focus absolutely in narration, whatever, right here on the inside hard right edge of the market, right? Now, I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice, and that's not the purpose. It's my this is my trading journal, and I allow anybody to that is interested to watch, and that provides accountability and transparency. Now, having said that, this is Bookmap, obviously, and this is my live funded AMP futures account. So any trades executed here are live market with my funds. Funded by me, by the way, funded not by anybody else. But in IRT, this is where I do the back testing and strategy development, etc. So this, for example, is a vetted initial balance trade setup or system, and it is pushing in the live market here, or I should say live data here, the same data, rhythmic data that drives both Bookmap and IRT, and it's displaying any potential trades here on this chart, which is just for visual purposes. These trades in IRT are in the IRT simulated environment because I'm not confident enough in my trading and my coding skills here to actually have the system trade my money algorithmically. So I want to be real clear about that. All right, let's see. This has been one rodeo here, boys and girls, in case you don't know about it. This is the overnight. Now, this is Blue Boy, which is a real handy tool I use, and it is based on, it's nothing more than a vertical line, okay? All joking aside. But I put it on the first print of each session. You'll see there's the ETH, or yesterday's RTH, and here's the beginning of the ETH. Look at this overnight. Look at that right there. That's news, right? That's a plummet of 63 to 18. That's over 50 handles in the blink of an eye. Then back up, then down again, then back up, then this, then we had this, then we had this. This is a news fest being driven strictly by these constant tweets and this and that are coming out around this Iranian mess. So be real careful. I'm going to approach this from extreme caution point of view. So this is the entire RTH session that's in view there. All right, let's get on with the story here. Let's look at the numbers. We have a couple, come on now. We have a couple numbers out. What am I doing? Let's get over here. We have a couple numbers out this morning, and they are at 8:45. Well, first of all, here is a Truth Social post. That was the cause of this latest up and down activity over here. It's just been continual. We did have initial jobless claims at 7:30, which had very little movement on the market. But this is all being geopolitically driven, and now we've got some stuff here that Trump is going to be talking or doing something at 1400, so that's a potential risk, high critical risk. Yeah. What we have coming up at 8:45 are the S&P Services and Manufacturing PMI. Now, this is my older news source, investing.com. It is traditional economic calendar events. You can filter it for wherever you are. And this is today. Now, we are in earnings, and I haven't even looked, to be honest with you. Yesterday was Tesla. Today is not, well, Intel is out. And just to give you some idea, these are the earnings that are going to be released today. So there's, is that enough for you? Well, we're not done yet. This is just today, either before or after the close and open. The way you can tell that is this little sunrise is before the market open, and this is a little quarter moon is after the cash close. But I don't even bother with, if it's Mag 7 or something, I tend to look at these first few lines. And if it's Intel, yesterday was, after the close was Tesla, etc. So that will continue to have an impact on the market. And that's also one of the reasons why volume is sometimes a bit light and kind of spooky. And when you tie that up with the weird, all the strange dynamics that are going on back in Washington and around, it's a real dangerous environment. You have to be real conscious of your risk. And take this opportunity to say that I have no political opinion or comment, but it is a known fact that if Trump's going to be near a microphone or a camera, who knows what might be said, or if he's bored and he's posting on Truth Social like this morning. This was some Truth Social thing at 7:43, and you see what happened with the market. It went up here and then it went back down here. I don't know what the bump up was for. And this was the trip down. Well, if you're not covered and bracketed with your orders and you have your account at risk to the market, that could have been a real unpleasant situation for you right here. And as traders today in this crazy environment, our real job now is risk management. Your prime directive as a trader is to, in any environment, is to preserve your account and to grow it, right? Or to be a compound by winning, by, making good trades. But the only way you can grow or protect your account is by risk management. And the only way you can properly manage risk is to be aware of potential risks headed your way. So it's a real dangerous environment we're in. Pre-market, let's get on to that. Well, it was crazy, huh? Yesterday's close. RTH session was about as balanced as you want to find. Basically a nothing burger all day. This was yesterday's entire RTH session. That was a nothing burger until right 12 o'clock on and then down here. There's the open. There we are out of the gate. Then this happened for whatever reason. And now we've got this noise going on. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This is my IRT, and let me just get into the usual thing here. The first thing about IRT that's important to note is that the header of each one of these charts has the chart name, which is meaningless to anyone but me. Most importantly, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can, there's a watermark also. This tab is for my micros and this tab is for the minis. But any chart you're looking at or screen snap or the stream or whatever, you can tell what you're seeing in case I'm not saying anything. This is the ES micro, the ESNQ, and this is my higher time frame or micro composite chart. This again, sorry. This is again RTH session, daily candles, and the day periodicity is 1 day. So in the micro, yes. In other words, every one of these candlesticks is one full RTH trading session day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC here, these high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap. And, of course, high and low, this all-time high and all that stuff. This is the market profile, and I don't change it between ES and MES. I just leave it on ES. Let's see what our volume is so far here. Ooh. Yesterday, this was 55%. Now we're way above. This looks back at average volume for this time of day over the past 20 sessions. 1.5 and 1.75 points average true range per 1 minute bar. So in the overall by the way, the session prices here also push automatically to Bookmap. So pre-market, usual story. There's the close of yesterday's RTH. Draw an imaginary line across there, and what have you got? There's close there too. So what have you got? We've got 100% short inventory from the overnight. They got back up, poked over it once or twice, pretty much 100% short. In that configuration, I typically would expect responsive buying to take profit. You know, if you're in profit all night, wouldn't you want to take some off the table? I would suppose so. But in this highly charged market, it's such a weird environment. You know, I can't even tell you if you're new to the markets how crazy this is. Anyway, there you go. So I will be looking for some responsive buying to take profit, and then we're going to go back into another chop fest, I think, with just a tight rotational day. All hands on deck and sitting on the edge of everybody's seat about some news post or tweet or some crap that's going to come out. We do have news, remember, at 8:45, and that's the PMI, both services and manufacturing, but news, reports, all of that stuff is kind of taking a back seat. I don't mean news, but reports and economic events are taking a back seat to this news story. And I guess that's what they want. Bookmap. Well, as we pointed out a minute ago, we got Blue Boy over here. So there's the entire overnight. Here's the current active data column, live now. And there's the first print of the night. Huh? Pretty crazy, huh? What was this? Jesus, I can't even catch it all. What was this shit all about? You know what I mean? At 1917. What's it do? It goes 06, 7106 from, so it's 60 points. It's a 60-point plummet and then retrace immediately. So you know that was some sort of a tweet or a news or some thing that was definitely not a typical financial impetus, I would say. Bookmap. The starting from the right to left, the micro composite chart here. or micro composite column, where I manually enter all those values from the micro composite chart we just looked at in IRT, all-time high and gap high, gap low, naked volume point of control, MCVPOC, et cetera, right? Now I've got to get some of these off of here that are that were visited, revisited, and whatever else visited by gap closes and little gap ups and gap downs and stuff. They're kind of superfluous and they're just kind of in the way now. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And here is the full session volume profile. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today, or 1600 today. These are the RTH volume profile and delta. We'll reset this morning at 8:30. And remember, all times that I refer to on the stream or that you see on my charts are Central Standard Time. The high time frame column, which is important to me in the statistics, I'm sorry, not high time frame, the statistics column, the header. Up here, the column title represents the statistical open type for the day. And then these are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap to here. And I share them. I push them continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday. And I'll share these with anybody that would like them. You know, like and subscribe. Let me know in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the link. It comes from Google. You put it in your Bookmap or your indicator or your software of choice, and there you have all the session prices. And this is the Bookmap heat map chart. This is Delta, by the way. This is the order book. Well, that pretty much says it all, doesn't it? There's the overnight open, and here we are now. So the way we, or I guess I should point out that there are no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT, and there's only price, levels, volume, and probabilities. POC, RTH, this is point of control. Nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. And this is the POC from the full session. So at, 71.43 is the most contracts that have traded so far in the overnight. The minute one of these other levels trades one contract more, this yellow line will move there. Easy. RTH or Globex VWAP, RTH VWAP, and the Globex mid. Typical session prices by just abbreviations. This is sometimes complicated for people. It's the initial balance high and low. Because of the name, it's market profile. Who called that the initial balance? But everybody does. This level and its counterpart on the low side represent they're nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's exactly all. To determine the statistical open type, also very simple, only two criteria. If we open right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's a close. So it's lower than the close. How does it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high. The low's down there somewhere. So it is lower in range. So we need to change this column title first and foremost to lower in range. Higher was yesterday. And I do this just basically selfish so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see the title of this column and I know right away what the relationship was and how we opened. The next thing we're going to do now is to remove the statistical values from yesterday and we're going to go find the ones for today in a second. And I'll do that as soon as I do this next thing that I do every day, which is the TLab snap. Stand by while I do that. Remember, I said Mr. Multitask wasn't my strong suit here. And now you know why. Now you know why. All right, so the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and every day about 6 in the morning-ish, I post the reports for the day, a screen snap, and at about 8:20, I post a screen snap of this, which is something I put together. I was very active in the TLab, or I was active in the TLab for a while, quite a while, some time ago, before I started the stream, actually. When I wasn't focusing really on my market, I was, looking at the Discord and stuff. But I realized that there was a lot of folks in there that didn't have access to the same kind of charting. So I came up with this tab to sort of give everybody all the information that I thought was important. And what I actually noticed was that right around the open, which is a pretty busy time for everyone to be focused on the market, there was a gazillion posts of what's the POC? What's the POC? What was yesterday? Blah, blah, So I thought, well, maybe it would reduce the clog in the chat and make it easier for everybody to focus on the market if they had all the numbers and basic overview and, graphic overview of the recent sessions in one spot. That's how this tab evolved. And I post that in there every day as kind of a respect, tip my hat for Tom B., who's the guy who started the TLab, and he continues to lead it. It's not a trade calling room or a live trading room. Tom is a professional trader with 46 or 7 years experience. He started way back in the 80s, money manager and a bunch of stuff. Now he's managed, just trades his own accounts, I'm sure. I don't think he does anything for anybody else anymore. And he's got some good philosophies about, risk management and stuff like that. And there's a good crew of people in there. So I kind of, out of respect and gratitude, I kind of do those two posts every day now. And it's also important to note the stream basically evolved out of Tom's suggestion or just my interpretation of it, that you should focus and narrate your own market. This is what I'm trading for my account, not reading what somebody else is doing in Discord. And as I said, I don't multitask well. So, some of these, guys got 3 things going and they're trading from their phone and whatever else it is. And my hat's off to them. I'm not that way. I need to focus on what I'm doing. And that's what I'm trying to do here now. So, there you go. That's the TLab. Now let's get back to the business at hand before we open. And I think you'll probably agree with me that it's a pretty important deal to be able to trade, right? So, the first thing I need to do before I get too far into that is I need to confirm the rates. Interest margins haven't raised. Okay, no issues there. There's about 4 typical events where CME suggested my broker AMP raises the intraday margin requirement, and it's substantial. So I want to be sure that I don't get my ass in a crack with, putting on a trade, not knowing what my margin requirement is, and end up with a margin call or something stupid. I can't imagine that, but anyway, there you go. So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel with this button that's a paddle lock. And then you, depending on what columns you have available here, you need to select the way you will trade with this application using your mouse. That is chart column, dome column, or both. I have removed the dome from my view here because I wanted to save real estate, and I realized that here's the liquidity, the resting book. I trade primarily with my mouse on the chart, so I didn't need those other columns, those other 3 columns, and a reproduction, a duplication of the price. So I removed them. So in my case now, I trade with the chart. That means that anywhere I click in this active data column, I've either got an order or a trade on, and it's very dangerous. You got to be aware of where you're clicking. If you're trying to move price up and down and you accidentally click over here, Bob's your uncle. You got a trade on you didn't plan. Next thing I do is confirm the trading statistics are what I want them to be, and that's to the AMP journal. And I'll show you what else they provide at the bottom down here. And then I use multi-brackets. This is the minimum risk neutral methodology. A minimum package size is 2 contracts because it needs to be even number. You'll notice then there's the package. Then there's the stop loss in ticks for the package. This shouldn't be determined at this point, 4 minutes before the open. This should be a long time ago. But this stop loss size needs to be predicated on your account risk, risk parameters, on the volatility of the market of your instrument, etc. I have moved from 12 ticks to 16 because of the volatility. That once these 2 are in place, your first take profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. And then there's a runner. And you can have all the different whatever you want to do. Now, the whole purpose of, or the whole way this works is trades on T1. Minute T1 is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from entry, but we're not going to ever do that, so don't worry. And then you can manage the trade. Also, there's a Execution Pro down here somewhere. There you go. You can have it automatically trail to break even. You can put trailing stops in and a bunch of other features I don't even know about, to be honest with you. And I've got to change this because I'm sure this won't be right here. This refuses to reset automatically anymore. Hopefully one day it'll come back to normal. All right, we're going to open in about 2.5 minutes. So now that I've selected the package, the multi-bracket, I know that that's the correct package size. I have my trade parameters here reproduced across the top. I don't need any more of the tools in the trade control panel. So I can click the button again, and because I have selected the chart column with the mouse, it remains active. I have all my metrics. I have cancel all and close all. Now we can trade from the chart, and away we go. I'll be right back. All right, what are we going? What happened? We're going to open in about 30 seconds. Hook in and hang on. Remember, it's a crazy environment. We're going to have numbers out at 8:45. And I'm going to manually reset these because they just don't seem to do it anymore. So, you know, I've given up hope. And we'll call that square. At least that's working. So, the next thing, well, I'm not seeing any prints coming off IRT over here, but there's a 15-second delay. What I will do now is reset IRT for, oops, what am I doing here? Reset IRT for RTH session. So there's a previous RTH. What a chop fest. And here we are getting off to a start over here. Hey, Antonio. Bon dia. Didn't see you come in, sorry. I'm in a coma. Been some pretty crazy, real volatile being, you know, I guess I don't need to tell you, extra careful. Crazy swings today and based on nothing but tweets and, you know, who'd have thought, huh? Who'd have thought? We're in the middle of a high-tension naval blockade in the Straits of Hormuz, and Hegseth decides that's the perfect time to fire this Secretary of the Navy. It's, yeah, boy, it's just pretty weird. That's for sure. That's not funny, but, you know, it is, I guess. There you go. So now we're set on the full RTH. We've got the book map is reset. Blue Boy's still asleep, so I won't call him yet. Let him have his coffee first, I guess. What's going on over here? We got the bar off and running. The bar was closed, and now it's up and running. Cool. This thing worked pretty much exactly as it was intended to. These gold lines here are, this is the high and low of Asia, the high and low of London, and we're now getting off to the U.S. over here. This is based on something from Al Brooks, of all people. I've never really paid much attention to him, but he has some pretty interesting statistics-based things, and I'm open to anything. If somebody, if I thought that my trading would improve and I'd be consistently profitable, if I wore a pink dress to the office, I would, be down to the mall picking out a pink dress. What this basically says, this is based on a statistic, which I have yet to verify, that the high and low of the first 18 5-minute bars, so quick math, 90 minutes. At that point, there is a 93% probability, plus 90% probability that the high or low from the day for the day is in place. And it's been working out. There's an example of it now. Okay, I've set it to 20 bars, a little bit of, safety, a little cushion there on the 18. There we are. And there's the entire cash market until after the cash close. Look at there. Right into the cash close, we took out the high. Yes, very correctly. The low was in place. Now, does any of that mean anything? Well, he's got a couple of, he's got a trade that's a breakout based on that. And so this is just, what I try to do here is test all of these strategies that you bump into on YouTube or wherever the hell they are. Everybody's claiming theirs is the best and they've retired and they're, their kids are all driving Lambos or whatever the hell it is. which I take with a grain of salt, but I study what they say or their material to accurately identify all the required rules, and then I code it up and test it out first with this, and then with back testing, and so far, nothing's been worth a damn. This bar trade our bar thing here is based on a concept that we've been working on, where we have a breakout. Bar means breakout and retest. So we'll see how that works. And now none of this stuff, you have to first identify the session and the market that we're trading. The current session. This is a chop fest. This is retail soup. There is nothing in here that's worth trading, in my opinion, because the probability of success is so low compared to the probability of being chopped up and spit out the door as retail soup that I don't find it at all interesting. And one of the key things that you need to address, I think, or be aware of, is that trading doesn't have, it's not probably the right way to say it. Most of life, including how you were raised or whatever, with your work ethic, day's work for a day's pay, all that kind of stuff. Typically, reward is somehow equated to and equal to effort. That's absolutely not the case with trading in the live market. In other words, I'm standing here in front of these screens. I've got all this time and money invested. This is what I'm doing to make a living. I better be trading, by God. Absolutely not. You better have a vetted setup, which you have identified away from the live market to have a positive edge. You wait for that setup to materialize in the session or not. If it does, you trade it. If it does not, you do not trade it. Real professional trading is not a video game or an adrenaline rush or, whipping and spurring. It's boring. It's, stalking. It's, I can't think of an analogy in real life besides trading, that is the case, except maybe bow hunting, where you don't, you have to stalk and do all those things and wait for the precise, opportunity to hunt or, to shoot or whatever your thing. I don't like to think about that, but I don't think of another analogy. So there you go. That's, those are things that I think are important. Now let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, what I was, never. So, what's happening here? What happened here? Well, that didn't do anything that I wanted it to do. I don't know why. I'm having a problem with my chapter markers here, which is really important, of course, because there we go. Obviously, this stream goes every day for accountability and transparency. It lasts from, hey, Anton, bone. Oh, well, you're not a bone dia. You're a good morning. I don't know have no idea what Ukrainian would be. Yeah, the stream is 7 hours long, essentially every day, starting with the pre-market at 8 and the cash flow. So I don't know about you, but I'm never going to sit and listen to the whole thing or, review it. So I try to keep a real accurate chapter markers or index through the day, and then it's posted into the description every night. So I can jump around and see what I'm interested in reviewing, trades or whatever else. Remembering that this is my virtual trading journal. It's in the interest of accountability and transparency. I take no trades off this stream. That's why the stream is 7 hours long. When I first started, I thought, 2 hours, that's pretty cool. And then I went away and had lunch or whatever else, came back in the office and went, trade. I better not do that. So hence ever since it's been 7 hours. And there you have it. Now we're going to put Blue Boy on here. So if you're not a paid member, be sure you don't watch this. This is a top secret indicator called a vertical line. And I refer to it as affectionately as Blue Boy because this serves as a visual cue for me. I'll show you on the overnight how this works. Real simple. There's Blue Boy. First print of every session. When I look at the current market and Blue Boy, I know that I have the entire ETH session captured on the screen. And the same will be the case for the RTH. So that's how it goes. That's how I approach it. Some crazy stuff, tweet this, tweet that. We're going to blow somebody up. We're not, whatever else it is. This is a real dicey environment. There you go. Dobrovo Ranku. Wow. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. If you just said, I'm the Sugar Plum Fairy, I'll never know. I have, as Anton knows, I'm kind of, let's focus on what we're doing here. Oh, something that I forgot to mention probably in the pre-market video was setting up, being able to trade with Bookmap. You can also very definitely activate your keyboard so you can hotkey. One big important thing to remember, and it's the same with any operating system. It's got nothing to do with Bookmap or anything else, but the focus of the computer must be on the application in order for your hotkeys to work. If I'm poking around over on IRT or something, or, typing something in the chat, and then I look at a trade and try to enter it with the keyboard, it's going to go, sure, right. Bubba, what are you talking about? Doesn't work. And the way you set those up is settings, quite mysteriously, keyboard shortcuts, instrument trading, boom, boom. And there's how I have them set up, because I use the old Microsoft ergonomic keyboards, and they all have number pads on them. So this is real easy for me. The reason I think the mouse trading is probably the best on Bookmap is because it's the most precise. For example, I can hit the bid, lift the offer, I can raise the ask, hit the bid, market, limit, whatever with a keyboard. But it only does that at where the market is currently trading. I can't zoom up here and suddenly put in a limit order at 70. I can with a mouse, and I can do that in a split second. So there you go. Here we are back over the close. Oh, you know what I didn't get around to again? God damn, boy, I am getting terrible about this. I get all busy talking and, starting to sound like Trump. Loving the sound of my own voice. Maybe that's pretty scary. Statistics. Notice the statistics column is not let's try to do that quickly. So we've determined lower in range. The statistics come from this column, and I've set this chart not to just continually update, so I can, in IRT, if I hold the shift key and click that little guy right there, it'll automatically update this, and you can see that it's what it says right there. Lower in range. So the way the system, this works is it looks back at the most recent 1,723 trading days, which you can set by your view, you know, look back in the chart, whatever, close. I think I have it for 2,000 or whatever it is, and this is what it turns out to be. Of these days, we opened lower in range 506 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.4% of the time. Overnight mid. Oh, that's the wrong mid. Excuse me. Overnight mid right down there. I was going to go, wait a minute, that's wrong. 82.4. Now, that's just how tough it is right there. And what I'm going to do now is just go down the list. And let me point out to you that you see how the overnight volume point of control at 81.2 is highlighted blue now? As is the column highlighted blue. Okay, after 8:30, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, so you can always, you know, make sure you're following the right methodology. And then through the day, it'll automatically change each one of these statistics. It'll change the highlight text color to blue if that statistic has been achieved. So I'm going to tell you that when we look back over here, we're going to see that the overnight volume point of control has been revisited, and it was 81.2% of the time. And let's go look. Whoa, looky here. Overnight volume point of control right there. And it's within today's current trade, and it is 81.2% of the time. Isn't it cute? That's exactly how this works. And it's, you can see how difficult it is. And I'm just going to go down the list. Previous close is 74.3, and that's right. Let me open this up a little so it's a little bit easier to see these levels. That's 71.3, and I happen to know it's right there. We just went over it right now. Oh, other way around. Could have been 74.3. Not that it matters. And just to be. Wait a minute, that's not right. Just to be accurate, this is not cheating, because obviously, you know, the overnight closes, yesterday's close is never going to change. So, and the reason I do this, which I realized, God, damn, sorry. The reason I do this, which I realize is pretty redundant or anal, or pick one. 74.3. Remember that this stream is a permanent record, and it is my trading journal. So when I review these screen snaps or the stream itself, I want to be able to see the statistics and see how those things are working out. And we're trading them up, right? We're ticking them off. Point of control, close, ETH high, settlement, previous high, I guess. And I'm just, at some point through the day, now that I've explained what's going on, you see how they're picking them up? Value area low, all of them. Mid, previous POC. And I'll just stop that for now because we're ticking them off pretty fast. Let's see what the previous high used to be. If I can get in there quick. 71.7, 41.7, quick. Okay. Overnight high. What was that? Oh, one of the things that I didn't do, unfortunately, but it's too late now, are the IBs. So I screwed that up. Never mind. We'll get back to it at some point. And so much for my responsive selling, right? To take profit on the overnight inventory. No, I'm wrong. No, yeah. What? I was correct. Our overnight inventory was nearly 100% short because we were all under, virtually traded under. So I expected, and you can go back to this pre-market and see if I'm lying, responsive buying to take profit. Okay. I'm confused. This market, anytime we're, flopping around like we have been based on tweet this and tweet something else and fire this guy and Jesus, it's a dangerous environment. Only, in my advice, only trade setups which you personally have vetted to have a positive edge. And remember that our mission as traders is to preserve our account and grow it, obviously. And the only way you do that is risk management. And the only way you can manage risk is to be aware of the potential risk before the fact. If you're a project manager, after you've assigned the resources and got the timeline figured out, the first thing you do, absolutely, is a risk management plan. And you try to figure out the potential risks in order, in severity, and a risk mitigation plan. And the worst one is the one you don't know about. That's the most dangerous. So that's the environment we're trading in right now. Okay, what is going on now that I'm thinking about here? Now, let's see what's going on with Wally World over here. There's the bar. There's our first bar. Look at there, boys and girls. Well, we broke. Now we've retested, but when it comes through the bar both ways, that negates the bar, essentially. And I need to fine-tune, because I can stipulate via the number of bars and the range over here. The volume I can also add as a filter, but I have it disabled at this moment, to describe or identify the consolidation. The whole idea of this thing is it draws a consolidation, breaks out, we come back up and retest. That's a bar trade in the direction of the market. I've got it figured out so far. Let's see what's happening over in Elbrook world here. Nothing. Well, there we go. This trade works out surprisingly frequently, but the big key, and this is the key with most of these opening range trades that nobody bothers to mention, the risk can be substantial, because typically, now in Brooks' case, I have it coded up so that it calculates the risk to 50% of the range. Al Brooks, who this is based on, takes the opposite side. And a lot of the opening range trades are orbs that you see all over the place now. The risk is automatically put at the other side. Well, if you've got a 50 handle, if you've got a 50-point opening range, for example, my pockets aren't near deep enough to take sit on a 50-point risk. So there you go. There's that. The initial balance trade setup will get ready to become a thing at 9:30, because that's by definition when the initial balance statistic is active. And what else? What's our volume so far now? We're open. Well, it came off at $1.19, right? Remember, just before the open, we were about 119%. But we were down at $1.75 on the ATR, so... Yeah. Okay. And here you go. Here's a pretty good rendition of what's happening. They're just going bing bong, bing bong, bing bong right along this micro composite VPOC. Is that a lower highs and low and higher lows? That's a funnel, isn't it? So they're just winding it up, baby. Now, as Anton knows, and Anthony, was able to get my Edgeful thing worked, and I went through I'm gonna have to work on it this weekend to really get my head around all the new changes. It's phenomenal. But let's just start with this. This is the first of the Edgeful screen. This is live. This is BIOS, and these are the potential trades which are in play at this moment. Inside bars by Wednesday, there's a 92% probability that if we break out of we've opened in an inside bar, meaning within yesterday's range, a 92% probability that we'll break out of that on Thursdays. Pretty cool, huh? And then all kind of stuff. You can filter the data by, do you only want to see 70%, 90%, 80%? You want to see a bunch of crap that doesn't matter anymore? For example, I've got it set on futures only. You can do all and see all of the tickers here and all of that stuff. And SPY and blah, blah, blah. But since this is a really good feeling, not this particular view, but there's one called the screener, which is pretty cool. And I'm just barely gone through the warm-up stuff. This gives you a real view of this is the S&P, right? If the S&P is neutral to short, for example, why in the frickin' world would you be trying to go long? Right now it's neutral bias. Well, that's just exactly what we were looking at on the IRT. It's just a chop fest in a tight range. So, and there's all kinds of stuff here that you can get into, which I will do. The reports, for example, this is the gap fill. Well, the gap fill report is ridiculous because there's no gap. So let's try to figure out another one here. All right, here we go. Engulfing candles. See what that does, what that says. I don't even know how to read these things. Average engulfing candles to 4 p.m. One of the things that you can do is since I had this last real comprehensive setup on different time frames. For example, this is New York, but notice it's just the cash market. And I created Chicago, which is the typical one we look at, and it's for the entire market. Now, notice what this particular one says. It's 19% and -2, right? So let's see the difference if we look at the full session. 18 and -19, -1.0. So what I was looking at, whatever report I was looking at yesterday was quite a different one. Inside bar, that's one that's probably worthwhile. So 80 and 12%. Let's look at New York again. This is removing the last hour after the cash close. Pretty much the same on this one. Okay. Opened within yesterday's range, stayed within yesterday's range, was 12%. Opened within yesterday's range and broke out. 65 out of 74 days, 87%. If you want to view those are the details. Sorry about that. And there's all the crap down below here. Whichever days that happened, you can go see all of that stuff. So they've done some pretty amazing things, which hopefully can provide some edge for us. As soon as the old guy figures out what I'm doing. And it does something else that's pretty weird. And I don't have a good trading view account, but you get indicators which reflect all of this stuff, like the opening range breakout and all that kind of stuff. And they have a data-driven method to, let's say, an IB. They have a data-driven method as to what to look for on your entry and where to put the stop based on probabilities of revisit time. Pretty interesting stuff. Where was I going to go now? And, oh yeah. Now I got to change the account, but here, for example, are the Edgeful. By having my Edgeful thing, I get access to they have created indicators for those things. For example, here's the initial range, or the opening range, the IB breakout, and each one of these are the sessions. Yeah, so yeah, if I sound like a donut, it's because I am. I barely know what the hell. I just went through this. And I don't know trading view from come here from Sikkim, you know. So, but it's how they've leaned on it, I guess, partnered with them somehow to graphically display. You see the opening range breakout is still developing. The opening range is still developing right now based on the relationship. Let's say on this one over here, this would be the preferred breakout, and this would be the one that was not the direction to go based on the bias. I don't know. If I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about, that is exactly correct. So I'll get into all of this stuff, but my idea here that we've talked about before is to share this stuff so that we can all kind of get an idea of what to do and stay on the right side. We'll see how it develops. Yeah, well, there we go. You can bet your bottom dollar that's got something to do with news. Back down to the overnight volume point of control, the bottom of the RTH. Let's see what we've got. The IB lows where it ought to be, and the highs where it ought to be. So that's pretty cool. We did not get up to the previous RTH high. I don't know what else to tell you here. Let me see what I need to do else. Antonio, I hope everything is going good with your funded account story. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but maybe you are aware. And I actually sent an email to that little support gal at Topstep, which I worked with day before yesterday to determine, you know, she was apologetic, but said, no, they're not going to help you do anything. What she did do, though, I don't think I said this, she, on top of closing all those accounts, which were all in good standing and within, you know, one trade of passing, I had taken an $18 Topstep X account, combine thing, when they first rolled it out, just to see what it looked like. And it had been rebilling ever since back in October someplace, and I, stupid, hadn't noticed it. I couldn't even access it. It was rebilling, but I couldn't even access the account or the thing on Topstep X. And she identified and agreed, yes, that's true, because we've gotten away from the old dashboard, and somehow that means what you can use the new, how you can view the platform. So she did orchestrate that those billings were refunded. So I appreciated that. I would have rather had the 5 accounts, to be honest with you, than, you know, 5 times 18. But anyway, one thing I heard that I'm going to ask her, because she sent me I'm sorry it didn't work out the way you wanted, kind of an email yesterday. I'm going to ask her. I heard that if you blow a funded account with Topstep and several other of the prop firms nowadays, you're banned for life. You can never go back and get to the funded level with them ever again. Seems pretty drastic to me, but that's what somebody said, and I think it was maybe in Static or somewhere. So just I don't know. You know, I'll try to find out from her. I was just going to ping her because I wanted to thank her for, you know, reaching out to me, and I thought I'd ask her that question. And if that's in fact the truth, that's even more surprising to me than what they did to me and a bunch of other people. Harry and other people in Static even had the same thing happen. But with Harry, they offered him the opportunity to switch his combine to a X thing, which is, I suggested that, you know, why don't you do that? And they said, well, if you want to sign up for 5 new combines, you can do that, but we won't move the, the profit thing. So I said, well, no thanks. Anyway, there you go. That's my Topstep update for you. Not that it matters at all, I guess, but there you are. And I know you're trading a funded thing there, so that's why I remembered it. Okay, sorry. Just wanted to be sure I did because I was surprised. Sorry about that. That's what happens when you get old. But I was thinking about you, my brother. And like I said, that's just I don't remember where I heard that, but somebody was talking about it, and I thought that was pretty surprising. So we are jammed up over here. Well, there you go. There's yesterday's range. Inside the IB all the way up to and including 1450. 5-10 minutes to the cash close did they finally get the IB stat. And here we are so far today. So, and also, this is 20 handles. So if you're, real good at mean reversion, I guess that's the play so far. You bet. My pleasure. Oh, boy. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let's see. Have I got this all screwed up? Probably. Try to get it. There we are. $1, 1 point high. Blue Boy's on the job. Thanks very much. I remembered to set the stupid VWAP for the RTH. Oh, we're past 9 o'clock now. Isn't that something? I'll push the initial balance zones here. I'll keep trying to hit that. I'm really curious to sorry, there I go multitasking again, trying to type and talk at once. I am really curious to see how the Edgeful story about the initial balance ties together with my statistics from the trade. Excuse me. And one of the things that popped into my mind while I was listening to the onboarding videos or whatever they have. Let's get over here to this one and I'll explain that. These zones, the pullback and continuation and trigger zone, as I've pointed out before, were just arbitrarily selected out of, outer space by Rod Nyack about, well, what do you think? Try 3 to 5 points on the zones, 3 to 5 points either side of the IB, and 1 point either side of the IB for the trigger. See how that works. Well, there's a whole concept that they use with pricing and stops in over on Edgeful that I just happened to see based on the percentages. So movement percentage, and done based on data. If I can sort of remember it here, it was, if you're going to trade let's pretend it's going to be the IB breakout to the top. Well, what percentage of the time does price break out the top, pull back through, and what percentage of the range, and then continue on? So what do you get? You get an entry location based on that percentage and probability, and you get a stop location based on, 10% of the time it went past 50%, for example. So you put your stop under there and you got your pullback over here, and you have the data on your side for that particular trade. So I'm encouraged by it, and I'm trying to next thing I'm going to try to do is figure out what and how to do it. But of course, with everything, I will definitely share whatever I come up with and stuff with you guys. That's the point of the stream, is my virtual trading journal. And to reiterate, it is absolutely not my way or the highway. I put what I'm doing at this moment out there for all the world to see, including trades, and super appreciate comments, criticism. Are you out of your freaking mind? Ooh, you're so wonderful. I like the ooh, you're so wonderful ones better, of course. Comments in the chat or wherever, So there we go. As Tom B would say, if you know exactly where price is going to go, call me. Man. Oh, man. Ugh. Okay. What happened? Well, there's our range, eh? 48 to 71. So about a 23 handle range there. Yeah, if you're good at rear view mirror trading, or if you're good at actual mean reversion trading, and they are, then you're happy. Let's see something that I keep forgetting on a frequent basis. Let's see what these bands are looking like here. 1 standard deviation and 2 standard deviations around the RTH VWAP. And as I bitch every time, it would be nice if I could control the color and size of these lines, but I can't. There's nothing there. Or I don't know how. That's another possibility. Okay. And I'm on the wrong screen. Well, that figures. Let's play some music here and get everybody awake. So, there you are. That grinding sound you hear is all the retail folks that can't resist clicking the mouse jumping in the blender. Look at this. Now, granted, it's all based on size, just like a lot of stuff, I suppose, perspective is a better way to put it. I can't. Oh, well, that wasn't what I had in mind. Come on, wake up, baby. Damn it. You can use keyboard stuff to, there you go. Sometimes it's more responsive. There we are. This is the POC, remember? And we're in all-time high country, so there's nothing above us. So what are your long-range targets? I don't know. We're back over the VWAP again. And the POC, oh boy. And the mid, well, there you go. And they're having a party. Everybody's here. Everybody dance. There we go. We got the mid, we got the VWAP, we got the POC, both POCs, full session and RTH. So that's just about the most likely spot to get your ass ground up as you could possibly imagine. Remember, the definition of the POC is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 55.42 of them. And the minute one of these levels trades 55.43, that's where it's going to be. But that is the most likely spot to have price do this. Yeah, that's a fact, Jack. And welcome to the stream. Like, subscribe, that's about all. I'm not funded, or what do you call it, funded in any way, or whatever they call that. Monetized, there you go. But your likes and subs are really, really great, and it's just a couple clicks, so, And drop something in the chat, that's always great, as you can see. Wow, 5 trades. Well, aren't you? You're going to be buying lunch, I guess, huh? Yeah, well, I'm real curious. curious to see about that. I actually am going to, I was thinking last night, I don't think I would be prohibited from doing that at all, either with AMP, because it's, you know, an AMP funded account with my money. But of course I wouldn't want to do that and then have the trade busted because it was some violation of their rules. I also don't want to kick a sleeping dog by sending support, you know, hey, can I hedge by doing these two things? And I haven't figured that out yet, but since I'm not ready to try it, and you're talking 7:30 Eastern, right? So you're trading the tail end of the ETH session and through the open. That's pretty cool. 9:30. So you've been at it 2 hours and you've got 5 trades off and you're in the money, and blender sports, baby. Get some rum drinks. So you're in Florida. It's rum drink country down there. Mount Gay and OJ. That used to be a big one. I used to like that a lot. Mount Gay rum and fresh orange juice. You know, fresh orange juice is a health drink. It's health food. Mm-hmm. Wow. Let's see if I could figure out something here with this other thing. Well, here's the in-play trades based on a big neutral. So in other words, it's low probability, I guess you could say. The first is the inside bar weekdays, 92% probability that will break out on a Thursday. There's a high and there's a low so far. Inside bars, and this ICT thing has got something to do with a retracement by size. I don't know. Oh, here you go. Reversal to midnight price for opening size between 20 and 39%. I don't have any freaking idea what that is, but you know. This is just out of the can. You can set this up any which way you want to do them. Whatever reports or something you want to have in here. Now, I think the way this works is, I suppose, if you don't ever want to know about this particular thing, you deselect it somewhere and it will not show up in what's in play because it's not something that you're ever going to do, I guess. These are all forming. Initial balance, that makes perfect sense. So these are all forming. In other words, it's not 9:30 yet. Oh, cool, huh? There we go. Screener, what's the screener doing? Screener is screaming. Let's just look at, here's everybody. It's pretty much, I would say it's more bearish than bullish here on the, whatever he's got selected. This is just something that, you know, Andre, this is the default. Like, again, what do I know? There you go. So, none of the micros are over here yet. 50-50. Okay, I don't know. We'll see what's happening. This is the risk calculator, which is kind of an interesting thing to do. let's say you got $1,000 in your account. What is the per trade recommended risk for a conservative point of view is $40. So there you go. And it's, you have 4% of the account is traded or of this value. Draw down whatever you want, like say your daily loss limit. And you have 25 trades to burn down. This, if you noticed, or if that makes any sense, that was the example that I used when I coded this one up, which is this is the exact same thing, only I can switch between ticks or dollars, and there's $40 and there's ticks and there's 25. This is to burn down, and this is based on a win rate of 60%, you have a 5.2% probability to take 25 stops in a row, which would burn down the account. So this is something I'm happy to share. It's just a simple thing, but you'll notice that this is, I used actually a screenshot of this that I had seen on somewhere, YouTube, a screenshot of somebody showing this kind of an example, and I just grabbed that screenshot and then figured the math out myself behind it to come up with the same results. The one thing I've not figured out what to do here on this thing is how you put in your win rate. It may be based on your actual win rate based on trades, because it's tied together with, like I said, with TradingView, and you can trade with it and do all kinds of crap. Magic. And how do you trade with TradingView? I don't even know that. I'm quite sure I couldn't use AMP because it's different data, and man, I don't know. Well, yeah, that's the way to properly trade based on a systematic approach from, probabilities. If you have setups that you have proven one way or the other to be positive, have a positive expectancy, you're supposed to take them whenever they appear, regardless. That's what I was doing with the initial balance thing that I had vetted. Until I exceeded the consecutive stops in a row story. And so I went, whoa, something changed. Now you notice that I've widened out the risk on the multi-brat. Oh man, I went down. From 12 ticks to 16, based on, wait for it, based on that screenery thing that I was just showing you, based on this thing right there. 32 ticks, 2 contracts, 16 ticks, there you go. And see how that pans out. I like the idea of moving away from the fixed thing to I liked what I heard with I was talking about the I wish I could pull it up, but when I find it again, I'll screen grab it or make sure I understand how to get there. The trade planning or the trade setup, stops, targets, and all that stuff based on the data that I watched in that one Edgeful thing. I like that idea a lot better. 75% or 82% of the time, the IB high breakout doesn't retrace more than 50%, for example, or 25%, whatever it was, of the range. Well, then you put your stop below that, and you've got whatever edge on your side. I like the sound of that a lot. Makes more sense to me than just hard, fast, specific rules. That's like one size fits all kind of thing. That doesn't ever usually work, I don't think. Well, here we go, up to your 2 standard deviations there, my brother. And who knows, oh, bad, dumb, and stupid over here. I should have noticed this and pointed it out, but I did not. Notice how the IB levels and everything are in place. That's because the IB is a live thing since right there, 9:30. And I'm busy flapping my mouth about Edgeful stuff, even though it is real interesting to me. You know, it's new, right? Shiny. Ooh, shiny. According to this, it's impossible. According to this. Well, that's not a thing. There should not be any signal markers before 9:30. Oh, this is... Yeah, this is stupid. This is today. There should be no signal markers firing before 9:30 Central Standard Time, so I don't know what I've managed to do up there, but, you know. There you go. Anyway. And by having these flags already fired, this thing is taking the trade right here. That's complete crap. I don't know what's going on. Something's all goofy here. This is exactly why I am trading this in the simulated environment. Now, wouldn't I be pretty thoroughly pissed if this was all happening over here before the initial balance was even a thing? I'm trying to see what the hell is... I mean, this has worked like clockwork for a long time. I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest with you. But I'm pretty happy that... now it's reset, so that's correct. But this should have never happened. So, you know, there you go. And hasn't ever, or, I mean, since I finally, you know, pretty much nailed down this final version of the code. How the hell can that possibly be? Let's see what the hell this says, shall we? These are commented out, so this is not doing anything right here. And what this is looking for is these flags, 180 and 390, is set to 1. This is commented out, so basically it's the position start, which is V-pound user variable 64 and user variable 65. Session start, session close. So I might have... What can sometimes happen here is when I forget what V-pound variables I've set for various things, I can have, you know, maybe some new thing like the bar thing, somewhere or another sets V-pound 64 to the wrong time, if you know what I mean. But I don't know. I don't think so. I try to be pretty vigilant about that. These are the V-pound user variables. You see all the ones that I've set. I have 500 of them activated. Typically it comes with, I think, 100 or 2. What is it, 64, 65, right? Yeah. Now the only question, I mean, the only potential problem is that that's in some other piece of code on one of those other things that I've developed recently, and I haven't paid attention that V-pound 64 is being set by something else, which is would not be a good thing, obviously. Let's see what the VPOC 64 right there is 90 and 60. That ought to be correct. I mean, these are minutes, and the way you do this is right over here, wherever it went. Don't see him now. Based on minutes from the start or minutes from the end and all that stuff. There we go. Right there. Now what this is based on is the session start indicator, which is this guy over here. Yeah, that's correct. Would be the position indicator, and I've got it set up for session start, which is so many minutes from the start of the session, so many minutes from the close. That's why that did that. Why these two things happened here, I don't know. And this is another one that's wrong. Yeah, something is really wrong here. This is not an A. This is not the IB anywhere around here. It's looking at something completely different. And I don't know what. But this is exactly, thank God and pass the ammunition, why I'm not doing this live. Why this system is not pushing live. I have no clue. I mean, I have a whole bunch of clues, but I'm not sure what the problem is. I suspect that it's got something to do with right here. Now here's a bar trade for the definition. There was a breakout, here was a retest. Did you get anywhere up there? Not very likely. But what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna see if one of these somehow not being stored anywhere. There's a place here where you can store it to various VPOC user variable. Let's see about Uncle Brooks over here. They're ridiculous. Well, at least it's a good sign why this is not opening range breakout. See, this is where you would select this, where you would have it record the current values to whichever VPOC variable you selected. That's not the case. I have no clue what the hell why that fell apart. But it's definitely thinking it's looking at the wrong session. That's pretty obvious. So I'll shut up now. And we won't worry about the initial balance trade. Okay. On Bookmap, I can do this manually because these values here for the zones are correct. And you'll see at no point have we taken an initial balance high or low since it's been a statistic, so it's absolutely impossible for that system to be trading it. That's my surprise. I'm going to restart IRT, in fact, because that's a big bunch of no good. Now it doesn't even want to respawn. Maybe I've got too much wonderfulness going on. All right, Anton, take care. Too much wonderfulness going on with all of the other, you know, trading view and schmading view and all this kind of crap. Well, there's the IB high and there's the IB low, and the breakout is to the upside, which would be the preferred in this bias, according to what I understand. Over here there is that, and what's in play is that. I'll try IRT again. Jesus Christ, it's always something. Oh. Sorry for the confusion here if you're new to the stream, but this is the reality for live and completely, you know, full transparency and accountability. It is what it is. What you're seeing in front of you is what you're getting there. Make sure these are all back up. These are naked volume points of control here, which I can turn off and on. This is what we got today. Chop Fest. This is what we had yesterday. Chop Fest. This is what we had yesterday. Here's what we have today inside Chop Fest. Boom. Let's see what's going on with this now if it got its shit together. Sorry. Well, we don't want the fractals fractaling around. Now this is correct so far. The initial balance is in place. The zones are in place. There has been no signals. So that, let's see if it continues in that vein. This is what I expected to see when I opened it the first time. This system, it just, if you're new, is really simple. It's only 3 rules. It looks kind of complicated because it's a computer, you know, it's code. So you have to tell it each specific step. There is a trade associated with break the initial balance, trade up to the continuation zone, trade back to the target. Take the initial balance high, pull back to the pullback zone, up to the trigger, down. Those are also associated down here at the bottom. So there's got to be a specific rule for each one of those. So this is housekeeping. These are the rules. And this is trade management. And it's quite obvious that price is not taking the initial balance high or low yet. Might, but that's what had me so puzzled there for a minute. I'm not going to try to review those videos and stuff so I can get that other Edgeful stuff set up as it can be, because I don't want to be trying to do too many things at the same time here and putting too much load on the systems. I'm going to actually kill the trading view thing, I think, here. I don't know. Well, this is kind of interesting. The IB state is formed. We've got the IB is 22 points, 30%. The high was formed first, which means, I believe, I think that they're, no, maybe not. I was thinking there's some statistic they have that the opposite is the one that's usually breached first. I don't know what the hell it is. In case you haven't figured that out, I don't know. And I don't know how to set this thing up right, which I'll have figured out by, I don't know, maybe tonight, but for sure by Monday. Go to the report, okay. Here we go. So here's how to set up this specific report. Initial balance by weekday. 60 minutes, there's the setup, there's the probabilities. Single break, initial balance, 20 out of 24 days, 83%. 4 out of 24, 0. The last 5 Thursdays, there's the dates, and there are the days that happened. Single breaks, and there are the dates of all of that if you go look it up. Pretty cool, huh? Let's get back to whatever it was. What's in play? There you go. If nothing else, it's fun. I think it's meaningful, actually. I think I'm really impressed with, I'm not impressed, but I'm quite, I guess impressed with the changes that have been made and how it's evolved since I last looked at it. I was one of the original adopters and the grandfather thing, and I dropped it because of various things that happened, and just got it re-going again. It's pretty amazing. Boy, they're banging on that 2 standard deviations, bing, bang, bing, bang, bing, bang. The theory about this is, of course, that the VWAP is the average volume weighted average price. Typically speaking, when we get 1 or 2 standard deviations away, that's, a 90% chance that it's going to snap back to the middle, because that's a standard deviation. That's the whole concept between a bell curve or probability. The farther away from the mean you get, the price always mean revert, or whatever the data mean reverts typically, I think. Well, we've got no lags. The system is looking at the right data for a change. Bars, what's happening in bar land over here. Now, I will say this about this profile, and you can look at it on any of the others, but here we are. Notice that we're trading up to the top. Notice the difference in the profile. Notice the difference in the kurtosis. We have traded down to auction, kind of wound down to a pretty orderly conclusion at the bottom. Huh? What happened at the top? Looks like somebody chopped the head off. My full expectation is we're going to continue higher to make this look balanced. Don't know, but that's just visually, to me, that's something I always kind of notice. Let's look over here. Same idea, see? Flat as a board and taper. Means nothing, but it's just visual to me. And same thing over here. And I would expect we're gonna put up at least enough to balance the profile. Look at all the rest of them. They all come to some sort of conclusion that seems to make sense visually. And what's Al up to over here? Well, we don't need the opening range fence. Where'd that go? Come on. We don't need that. I don't know what's going on. Is this thing not responding or what? Doesn't seem like it is. Oh boy. I don't need that. I don't need that. What will happen over here is the bar count will show up, and if we get a breakout, it hasn't been 90 minutes yet. We've still got 7 minutes to go before this starts thinking. What's going on with this? Is it back to reality? Okay, now, why isn't there an A here? Do you know? I can tell you. The statistic has been achieved by the basic, from the point of view of the basic statistic, but from my particular trading system, it has not. And the reason it has not is the bar previous to the penetration bar, whatever you want to call that, the stat bar, is negative. It should, my theory was, if price is going to go for the initial balance high, I want price to be moving up. I don't want price to be moving down and then flash up and then who knows what. So in this case, had this bar been open lower than the close, this would be an A signal. As it is now, it is nothing. So that's good. It's doing what I think, what I expect. Doing what I expect. That's good. Here we go out the top. So now what's going to happen to that profile? Look at here. Oh, auctioning it up, tapering out. Volume is winding down. We're going to have a balanced looking profile, I think. Now, if we go to over here, we should see that the initial balance statistic is active, I think. I don't know which one of these to do or to look at, to be honest with you. I don't know what to do now. Well, that's not a good thing, is it? I don't want the gap fill. This has got nothing to do with what I want to do. How do I do that? How do I get away from this, I wonder, to the opening range? Oh, right here, I bet. Inside bar, fair value gap. I don't care anything about that. Let's see what the initial balance thing looks like, okay? I don't see what this is telling me is going on here. Is this doing anything? According to this, it hasn't happened, but that's not correct. We know that. And then this is where you can, there's some, now this, because I've got some cheesy plan with, the free plan with TradingView, it says I can only put 2 indicators on here, so I can't, if I wanted to look at the one that plots the midpoint and all that, it's one I don't know, and one of the indicators I don't know, so. As you can tell, I don't know. That's the bottom. I think the take-home message is, I don't know. But we've, at the basic level, we have taken out the initial balance high. We did pull back and continuing up like Grant took Richmond up here, headed for the 80s. Why? Because something wonderful happened? Or because there's a squeeze? Somebody put a bag of blow in the water cooler, or who knows what, you know? What's happening over here? Well, not there. How about over here? Blockade line, okay, so great. What does any of this mean? Well, we're down to greed over here. We are way out of the fear index and up to greed now, so that makes perfect sense. Greed is good, right, if you're a Wall Street guy. Gordon Gecko fan. I'd say 80 is a pretty popular spot. Look at the 359 up there, the resting liquidity, just above our high. Don't forget, we've got this beauty over here. That's the all-time high. I think my mixer was out of whack. I hope it sounds okay.
pretty darn cool. That work Anton's doing with the hedging idea is really sounds great so far. I don't know why this damn music feed is not ducking under the mic. It's supposed to. Maybe it's just I don't know whether the mixer is not accurately representing it or not. I never hear the music or any of that stuff because I don't have speakers in my office here. I just have I have to put the headset on, so if something goes goofy, let me know. Welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe, you know, the usual story. We're in the initial balance. We have taken the initial balance high, so that statistics in the can is in the can. And still monkeying around with this Edgeful stuff here. I don't know if I can do that. Well, boy, that's a hell of a good job. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's always the case. If you look at Tom Hogarth, as we've discussed it here before. Great guy, and I think it seems like a nice guy and a very profitable trader. But if you don't even have much of a problem with 150 or 100, or a 50-point stop on the NQ or the ES, yeah. Most, stop and think about most of the stops that you've taken. In my case, for sure, it's because of the stop location and the bracket widths, right? The risk management. I don't know what a debit spread is. I mean, I know, I don't understand the concept of how to set one up, but I got you on the puts. That's really interesting. I'm eating something crunchy here, and I don't want to crunch in your ear, so I'm sure I'll forget mute half the time. Okay. I was thinking about your hedging story last night, and if I'm not mistaken, in terms of buying power and margin, when you put on a hedge like that with 10 micros in one direction and 1 mini going the other way, that's delta neutral, so you're not using any margin at that point. The one is offset the other. Is that right? Or reduced, way back or whatever. You can tell I'm a real pro at it. Trying to figure out how I can find that example I wanted to show you guys. And I probably won't until this evening, so I'll just stick to the focus on the market right now. Here already, right? Oh, I didn't realize this. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I can do that on another machine. They're going for that 80, baby. Baby. I'm really interested to get into that. Yeah, well, good for you. Oh yeah, I guess I could do this. I mean, I could too, I think, even with my small account here, but I do think that that's something I heard or they're going to take the 80s out here pretty quick, though. I got to find that thing that I watched where the IB's based on probabilities here and that pull back to the entry without, so I can approach it from a different situation or a different perspective than these zones that I've got set up and these so tight specific rules. Oh, I love it when I'm right. Look at us hitting 80. Aren't isn't that cute? Well, I lied. Look at us hitting 79.75. And then we've got 83, 85, 86. Pick up sticks. Okay, nobody moved there. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, they got some top pickers up here, huh? Now, is this a bar? Oh, let's see. All right, here we go. So here is the, there's the 20th bar. 18 is right here, of course. That's why it flattens off. And there we go with the high of the London, or the whatever this place, wherever I am, U.S. session above us. And this says that 94, and this is a breakout. Now this is the first signal of his thing. And that's a pretty piss poor one there. I would say right off the top of my head that I would want to increase this to a bigger percentage of the rest of the range. But what this says is that there's a 90x% probability that the high or the low for the day is we've already seen it. In other words, this is the low because we've taken out the high, so that negates the high and that what's left, right? That's how I see it. And what would happen then is something, I don't remember one. Yeah, let's just stand by and wait. That's a good idea. So our flat top got converted instantly here into a smaller distribution with a big low volume node right at the initial balance high. Okay. Oh, I see what's wrong. One of my lights is off here. Ah, it's better. Well, that was... I'm real anxious to start seeing if this other stuff's working out. So here is it's entered the trade right here. It's still green. It's still above that. There's the trigger. What will happen now? I guess I could show you what would happen now. I think. Yeah, right here. So what I can do here is I can put the T1 and the stop, and you can see what that's going to look like. So this is from, this is what I don't like to have them plotted on here. This is the crap that continues on from yesterday. There's the stop, and the way he initially describes it, the stop should be the other side of the 18 bar high and low. I have determined to make it the midpoint of the range from a risk point of view. Even that is 63 to 79, right? That's 15 handles. And here's T1. At T1, this will scale to entry, and then T1 is double the R2. So we'll let that plug along over there and see what happens. I would say that it's that is what it is. Let's see. I'm really interested to get back to that other thing though, where it's based, the high and lows and stuff based on percentages. I can't wait for, not to wish away time, but I'll be looking forward to the aftermarket when I can study that again. I would suspect that in this kind of a goofy news thing and popping out of the hives, you know, I'm not a breakout trader. I used to actually, I have an error code for my older journal, which is error-BO breakout, because for me, or at least in my thinking at that time, whenever I took what appeared to be a breakout trade, it was essentially a FOMO, right? Because I was afraid of missing out on something. And I'm absolutely aware that breakout trade and momentum is a valid way that a lot of people trade, but it's just talking about me. Not sure if I was muted or not there, but no, the IB trade doesn't trade once a day. It can trade more than one signal and more than one trade. The way I have it coded, either IBC or IBF, either one, either of the IB trades. It just depends on. But sometimes the market has to get skewed all the way around. Like, for example, here we took the initial balance high, but it was not an A signal, so it didn't flag to start the count. This would be a B. This would have been a B. This second one right here would have been a B, because the high was within the pullback or the continuation zone. There'd been a B. Then it pulled back to the trigger right there, and this would have been the trigger, and it would have been in a long. The reason it is not in that configuration is because of this previous bar to the signal is wrong. It's going the wrong direction. My theory is that it should go up. You know, price ought to be trading up into the IB high. It's just something I came up with as a rule. The only way I know of to validate whether that's any kind of meaningful or not is to run a back test on the system just as it is now and the data, and then make that change and then run it again and see which one works, right? So what would happen now, though, for me to have an IB trade either way on the high, is price would need to come down below it and then satisfy the movement back up through it again, and then it would start over. And I also have it coded so that if there's a trade, then there's no other entries until the trade is flat, or the system is flat. And when it goes flat, then all the flags are set back to 0, so it starts over again. Because I used to have it not do that, and then let's pretend that this was a valid signal, A, B, trigger, trade. There would still be an A signal down here to the pullback side. And I didn't think that was a good idea, so that's changed. But that's how that works. And some of them, like the initial balance or the opening range trade, right? No, only one of those per day. Just because I figured that made sense. And that's the same case with this Al Brooks thing and this story over here. And I'm making money. I mean, 2 points. Big whoop, right? Hope I wasn't muted when I answered. You know, the IV trade could take either way, but it has to, the whole cadence has to follow, or the whole sequence has to be redone. But like the opening range trade, whatever else, then is once a day. Great, thanks. I bet that. Yes, sir, Bob. Now I guess there's a possibility they're going to have the peace talks again, and I guess it's going to continue to be in Islamabad, which used to be called Karachi, of course. I don't know. I think it did. Maybe it's another spot. I don't know. It's like, you know, all these guys build new capital cities. I'm not sure exactly why. Like Kuala Lumpur, they went out of town to the south there, some miles towards the airport, and built Putrajaya, which is the new capital, with a bunch of government buildings and prime minister's house and all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, all the government people move out around there because they don't want to drive or take the bullet train or whatever. really want to get that report thing up. The IB thing that the example that Alex or Andre uses in the boarding thing is for the IBs based on 3 reports. The inside bar, I think the IB breakout, and another one. I really want, and that's where the, where you're able to define the probability of how far the pullback would be based on the data for the stop and that kind of thing. So I don't want to run out on a limb and do the wrong thing, but I'm sure curious to see what that is. I'll have to be jumping on that toot sweet after the close. Anthony, the Edgeful guy? That's who I was talking about. Is that what I said? No, it's not Anthony. It's Andre. I don't know. I probably said the wrong thing. Or you're talking about an Anthony or another. I don't know. In other words, I'm lost. I'll shoot up a flare. So I can find you. Oh, Antonio. Okay. He trades a price action thing, I think, based on the Topstep TLab thing. He follows along with Tom pretty closely. I'm not sure what strategy specifically he trades, but the last time I talked to him about it at all, and I'm sure he can weigh in if he's not busy on the stream over there. He was trading it via whatever his trading is based on the interactive. He has an interactive broker account and trades it that way. What other software he's leaning on or what that specific strategy is, I did not ever ask. I figure wouldn't want to put somebody on the spot by asking them and not have them feel like they wanted to talk about it, you know what I mean? So if you and I offer it up and talk about it all the time, and of course what I'm doing is for all the world to see on the stream. I don't have any problem with that. As I've said before, I don't think, the few people looking at this gonna dilute the edge or, whatever. I don't think that's a thing, but a lot of people are pretty guarded about their edge and what they're doing, and I respect that completely. My guess would be the strategies that are often discussed, like the initial balance high and probably maybe, VWAP to VPOC and those kinds. And I know that he feels like I do about the VPOC migration trade, not being able to ever figure that one out. So there we go. The Andre guy that I referred to as the CEO, founder, spokesperson, front man, whatever you want to call it, of Edgeful. Now we're coming down towards, again, the IB high. Now, is this a breakout retest? But in answer to your original question, if we come through the IB or horse around down here for a while and then come back up through it and get the thing, that would be a signal. I would be sort of hard pressed to to trade it probably, except we have another flat top going on, so that's cool. There we go. Now we're through. This would not be a signal in any way because it's approaching the IB high from the wrong direction. And I'm assuming something's going on. I do think it's probably bar country though. Oh, yeah. Clear through them actually. Clear through this one, and you know, we're right down to this extremely low volume node at the IB high, and they have already dropped through that one. Heading for here. Do we have any lag? Oh, we've got 11-second lag, so that's not good. And I'm assuming this has something to do with something, and I'm sure I'm stopped out on my Albrook thing. Oh, not yet, but pretty close. Losing plenty of money, huh? These are points, remember, not ticks. Okay. So is this the consolidation? Was this the breakout? Is this the retest? Looks like it. But if I know, and it also could be, you know, Einstein tweeted something else on Truth Social. What the hell do I know? They're taking it down. Something happened there. This has got to be something political. I don't think this is typical price action, but it's just me. Don't forget that we are just approaching the POC, which hasn't moved it's moved once, twice, 3 times all day. Now, if we come up off the mid, this could be a Tom trade, you know, the mid VWAP IB. No, it's the wrong side because that's typically a trade to the POC. So I don't know. Is this a sell the rips and buy the dips, or is this what is this? That was definitely a V bottom reversal. This would likely be an A signal coming up through here on the B. Let's see. It isn't one yet, but it could be because the bars are in alignment. So I like it when bars are in a line or lined up. And you see a big lag going on because it has not passed through yet, but it has already on Bookmap. This would be an A now. If it gets into here, this is a pullback zone. Well, it did dip into it, and this would be pulling up here to a trigger. So by all intents and purposes, that's a trigger signaling a short. Not even close on IRT because it is so far away from, you see how far back it is? I was already talking about it. There's the B, and here's the trigger, and it's not even going to signal that yet. This is not any good. And there would have been the short trigger right there. Between lagging data and being afraid of the great pumpkin, I'm not sure what to do here. Are these higher lows? Is this a reversal? This is also pretty much a classic 3-bar reversal right here. Boom, boom, boom. Up she goes, but we're below this extreme low volume node. There's a trigger. There's the first trigger for the short trade right here on the IB setup. AB trigger. Typically, I would just mechanically enter that right there, but, and I'll probably hate myself for not doing that, but I'm gun shy. To say the least. Now, after I just said that, there's no, not yet. I keep thinking in terms of 12 points. It's not, or ticks. It's not anymore. It's 16. So it's, instead of 3 points, it's 4 points. So at 70, we get down here to 66 would be break even right there. That would be T1. And so there would be this, there would be the risk neutral scale on the double bottom. Yep. Now T1 has been taken here, and so it's trailed to break even or to entry. By the way, I have the code at this point. I'm not sure if, yeah, I did. Okay, good. Well, this is very definitely a bar trade, or a bar, I should say. If I look on Bookmap, is this, yeah, okay. Let's see what happens in bar world over here. Yeah, well, there is a bar going on. This was one early on from 940. Which we've just now retesting. So there's another complicated, I wonder what you do there. The original bar trade, as I have it understood, is this would be essentially the retest. The decision then is which way you get. Would you enter long or short? And I think in the condition that the market, what is it called? The, the market state is balanced or whatever. That's huge factor, which I'm not claiming to have figured out. And those things are just based on these rotations right here. This rotation was put in way back over here, and then we traded up through these. Now we're back down and bumped into this one again. And don't forget the POCs right down here. Why Bookmap has it here at the 62s and IRT's got it down at the 60 or the 59, that's another question. I'm pretty sure that that's based on how I get the volume profile to reset, because this is calculated based on the volume profile. So if this starts earlier or later, it's going to have a different value, a volume value calculation than IRT would have. Near as I can tell. Well, there's the retest and up. There you go. I think that just was an IB continuation signal and stop out. Okay, so here we took 32 ticks out on that original trade, and we just put in another A, maybe. Over there, yeah. And now, are we going to get a B? We don't know. I'm not sure that this whole IB thing, I'm not sure how valid that is in a tight rotational market. Just thinking out loud. Now we're going to get a B signal here in a minute. Right there, for example. Right here is the B. And this would be the trigger. Well, the daily bias would be up. So taking shorts is probably, that's counter something. Let's look at the basic. Yeah, it is. Edgeful says that the daily bias is long, and so does common sense. There's the open, and there we go. What they need to do is get this VPOC to migrate up a little bit, I guess. Here's where the system as I have it designed is flawed, I think. And why I like the idea of that different approach. So there's the IB stat. There's A. B, price trades into the pullback zone and doesn't go anywhere. how it's going to trade up to the trigger here. Once it hits in the trigger zone, that signals a short. But context is up. So is that like, let's go swim up the river? That's why I don't think that this is late. I also heard a really interesting perspective of back testing and how far back to go and all that kind of stuff, is that you are, when you do 500 days like I do, you're looking at these parameters in markets that don't exist, you know? Do you think a hedge fund manager put a strategy on 5 years ago and hasn't touched it? No. Could well not even be remotely viable. And the explanation, or the demonstration of that was about 3 years ago, the statistic for the IB stat was about 80% pullback, not continuation. Now it's in this current year or two, now it's completely the opposite. So there's been a big change in the market and the market dynamics. So a trade or a setup that was based on that back in whenever that was, you've got no hope of making any, being successful. So that was a pretty eye-opening idea, or perspective. Look at us go. Well, we didn't get the trigger, so that's a good thing. And here's another problem. Price would have to go ripping through this trigger zone to turn this whole thing around and get up to a B with a continuation. If it wavers at all in the trigger zone here, that would signal the short. So I'm recognizing and picking apart my own thing. So yeah. Mom's made some really good health food this morning. I should maybe go out there and grab a little sample of that. It's seasoned fried pork belly. That's Vietnamese health food, baby. I'll tell you right there. But man, is it good. Oof. My apology to all my Islamic friends and listeners, but gotta call them like I see them. They still can tell you. Oh, sorry, muted. Yeah, so here's the here's the Brooks thing, or the 18 bar. Now, his statistic says that very definitely this is a possibility, obviously, that you take a stop here. His theory is that you wouldn't be stopped here if you had put the stop where he said to, which is down here at the low, because you know you have an extremely, like a less than 10% probability that this is going to be ever hit. And so if you get the breakout and it breaks out, you know, yay, everybody's happy. Pop the corks, let's drink some champagne. If it doesn't and it pulls back into the center, that equally high probability is that it will just enter a trading range, and you can get your money back or earn some, you know, become profitable within the trading range. For example, if it gets down here and you average down, which is something I never do, you get, you know, you could, or you had a way to hedge, like Anton's talking about. You can become whole or minimize your loss, as opposed to a stop. You're stopped. That's all there is to it. And I don't know what I got going on here right now, but that doesn't look right. And the IB thing is on the right track. Didn't get the signal. We got the B, but we never got the trigger. So close, one tick right there. And it would be in a short this way. And here we are at the world famous POC. Per the volume profile POC, for this little guy right here, it's opposed to right there. And as I said, I think it's strictly a function of how I reset the volume profile, and this book map doesn't seem to want to do it as it's supposed to. So in hindsight, of course, like everything else, you can look at all of these and see how obvious the entry was. That rear view mirror thing is so clear. Here's a bar, here's a breakout, there's a retest, and you're short. You know, well, no, I'm not. I'm not, and you know, we're down now to 90. We were at 119 at the open. I'm trying to figure out why it's got the stop and target right there together, and what the hell, why is that? Doesn't make any sense. I can fix that though. I can go like this right here. Oop. 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 There you go. The point still remains. This was the breakout trade. This was the long. And down we go, based on these rules. Well, this is too low and too high. That's funny how he says that. Well, there you go. See what a. Let's see on the VWAP bounce. Okay. Here, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Good for you, man. I was checking out if it was too low, too high. And that whole concept about that and value and all those things is upon acceptance of the auction market theory, market auction theory, whichever it is. And which I kind of question to some degree, because when I'm looking to enter something, I think of, I'm not thinking about the price or the value of the S&P. I'm thinking about, if I go short right here, I'm thinking about, I want this thing down here. And I guess maybe that's why I'm, at the state I am in the trading, is that I'm not aware enough about which participants care whether it's too low or too high, or I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not trying to be sarcastic or facetious. I really don't know. I know that when I enter a trade, the last thing on my mind, if I was honest about it, is the value of the S&P. What I'm interested in, what's on my mind at that point is this the right spot to be entering to go whichever direction I want it to go to, so I can get a profit out of it. Speculation, in other words, pure and simple, as opposed to value and all those things. Maybe at in the days of, or at the time frame and level of Dalton and Tom and those guys, the value does matter and over a long period of time. But I think intraday, I really wonder. I really wonder. Bias and context is still up, I'd guess. We are pretty much rocking and rolling all over the top of this stuff right here. For me, logically, if the breakout and the retest is from the bottom, logically to me that says the trade is down. Just because we're moving down, down, pops up and down, it's like pull back and short or whatever, rip and sell the rips kind of a thing. And vice versa for the upside. But I don't know that that's how those guys, Jorgensen or Harry, traded, to be honest with you, or whether they even consider that. I've asked a couple times, but never really got an answer that I was able to nail down. And could likely be just discretionary and based on a lot of other stuff. And yeah, here we are at the top of this distribution. I would there, in my view then, this would be more prone. Well, maybe not. I was going to say short, but what does that do? That means that we're getting short right here at the retest, well below the top of the distribution. So yeah, I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's what I've always thought myself. You know, that what we are doing is speculating, and we're just trying to take money out of the market based on momentum or movement, irregardless. Yeah, I agree. That was my thinking too. So I don't know about that too high, too low. Tom Hogarth has a funny. They're good friends and work together, I believe. So I think it's just tongue in cheek and good humor. But when he's going to talk about Al, hello, this is Al Brooks. He goes like that, and Al does talk pretty slow. It's pretty funny. It was on mute again. I was talking about the statistics, the thing that you mentioned. I've heard some stats about it, but why I try to build these back tests based on not some crackpot thing, you know, like Al Brooks has been around for 35 years, so I thought, well, maybe he's got some valid stuff. Some of these opening range things where people have been around and seem to have a good following for a long time, you would imagine that they wouldn't have a reasonable following if it was just, you know, BS and bus tickets, but maybe it is. I don't know. Anyway, I'm trying to figure them out for myself. But that's a slow process, and it's not really my learning. It doesn't help me any. So that's not really doing my business any good, other than keeping me away from stupidness. I could ever find that video of that guy who built the Program X and all that stuff. That was a real interesting interview. He had a lot of... Oh, he seemed very open, like a pretty straight-up guy, huh? Average funded trader lasts, I think, 21 days before they blow up. Stuff like that. And that was, you know, that was from... They started that data and program and all the back office stuff for the Forex brokers, which is just like swimming in a basket of snakes. And now that's been is being adopted by the futures people. That's the whole thing behind the Topstep X and Edgeful thing, or whatever he calls it, FT71 and all that. It's got a real real serious back office tools where they can put you in the B book if you're making too much money or doing something wrong, and just slows down your fills and quotes and all that stuff. He was very open about it. Basically an electronic bucket shop. And I saw that firsthand. I think I've said this on the stream before, but I actually witnessed that firsthand in Kuala Lumpur with a big, well-known Forex brokerage outfit. And a lot of that similar back office shenanigans are part and parcel of the MetaTrader 4 and now 5 universe. Open FX, that's what it was called. I don't even know if they're still in business. They're a pretty big outfit. God, it's 11:30 already. Really? Holy crap. Where does the time go? I guess kind of like life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? Jesus. That guy did have all of those statistics, not to do with internet gurus, of course, but basically from brokerages, because they were supplying the data, and by extension the front end for the traders and all the back office stuff. So they had all the data going through his house, and he had a figure on all those buttons. And that's one of the things, that was one of the selling points they used to sell it to like the Topsteps in the world and stuff, is all the metrics they were generating. Probabilities, statistics, once again. Just like a casino. Just like the casino. What did I do here? Something? No, I guess not. Well, here we are again, huh? 72 to 83. No. I'm looking at the delta going, wow, the range is 72 to 83. I'm going, wait a second. That's pretty funny. The range is 48 to 81. That was fun. I'm not tired at all. No IB, well, the one IB trade, and stopped. No, I did not stop, actually. It took 32 ticks. In the system, not on the computer, and not in the real world. Not in real world, but on parallel world. wish I could figure that setup that he uses as a demonstration. I would have to be looking at that now. If I remember correctly, it was it was the opening candle continuation, the initial balance, breakout. I don't know. I got to go back to the video. That's what I got to do. Right now, I'm going to go back to the kitchen. No, not really. I'm not sure if I can. No, I wouldn't want to do that. Never mind. I was trying to think about running that on one of my other machines here, but yeah, I'm not going anywhere at the moment. But yeah, I've been pretty much enjoying it most of the morning here. Unfortunately. Says fat boomer. Oh God. Getting old isn't a pretty picture, my brother, but it beats the hell out of the alternative, you know what I mean? Just got to keep trying. I've got a pull-up bar in the doorway, and every time I come in and out of the office here, every time I come in, I try to make a point of cranking off a few, and these are stand-up desks, so I can step back one or two, and still watch everything and do some, just some body weight squats. I have some barbells in here, which I blow the dust off of now and then. But I tell you, the older you get, the faster it is that you get out of shape, and the harder it is to get back in, or at least in my case. So I'm assuming, my logic is then the way to stay in somewhat reasonable shape and prolong your longevity is to continue to try to keep a maintenance condition. And that could be just complete psychobabble, but it's what I'm thinking. I've been talking to the mute here for a while, so I guess that's a good sign to step away.
IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Wow, what the hell happened? I'm assuming news. That was amazing, you know. Well, yeah, what the hell was that? Whatever it was, I missed the whole thing. There's where I left, and here we are again. Wow. Holy smokes. So what was that big, giant drip and rip all about? And this thing can't even remotely come back to life. Well, there's a good reason to be not to leave your screen, and a second good reason to always have your brackets in. Wow. This was a short too, huh? Wouldn't that have been something? Now, had I not trailed my stop to entry, the stop would be up here. And that would have been in the, well, would have only gone to T2, but still, you know. Wow, what was that? I guess it's news. Let's see. Something happened. Somebody said something. Meta. That was Meta? Wow. I would have never believed that, but yeah, apparently that's what it was. Meta says they're going to chop jobs. Well, so Zuckerberg can have 2 multi-million-dollar yachts, one of which is just a tender for the first one. It's really amazing, isn't it? They're going to eliminate 8,000 employees and 6,000 open roles. Ooh, baby. I'll say. Meta. They're going to cut 8,000 jobs and 6,000 open roles. They're going to cut 10%. So they've got 80,000 people working for them, I guess. And right back to the scene of the crime by 1 o'clock, basically, you know. So there's a, that puts a, and look at the, look over here. Look at that, huh? Right down to your 85 again, isn't it? A little past it. Pretty close. I didn't see Microsoft. I just happened to spot the. I spotted the thing in whatever that. I don't. Ah, here we go. Iran's parliament. That something happened there. That's more of a dump. Oh, the last thing Israel wants is a ceasefire, so I don't think it ought to be a big surprise to anybody that they're ready to start fighting some more. I guess. I don't think. Isn't a surprise to me anyway. Your 85 number is a pretty big one, huh? Wow. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I can see maybe this will, maybe this will show us Microsoft. Well, there's that, but let's see here. Oh, I know what. Wait a minute. Let's try the new thing here. Okay, Microsoft, MST, right? Microsoft. Well, it doesn't say percent down. It's got gaps. And yeah, I guess this doesn't do that. I don't know enough about it to think about it, but yeah, I don't know. I was thinking we could see it over here, but MS. What is Microsoft again? Boy, I am definitely a futures focus. It's MSFT. Okay. Let's see if we can do that right here. I don't know even how you change here, I guess. Well, there you go. Can't I just pull this thing up somehow? I don't know how to use this damn thing at all. I guess this is just looking at the...
Hey, the IB
That's a
low
pretty
is
good
taken.
dump. What is it? It's from 423 down to 412. Shouldn't there be a thing around here that says what the percent change is, like right over here? How do you do that? Maybe I got to add more stocks over here. I don't know anything about this. There you go. Oh, here you go. Is it here, right? Down 4%. Isn't that it? I think I'm really good with this thing. Maybe not. I don't know how to go back to the one I wanted here now. None of these, you can see, I mean, none of this is anything I have anything to do with in Forex and crypto. There's some other great ideas. Yeah, 4%, I guess it is. Pretty much the same chart if you look at it as Microsoft had, right? down 0.3%. I guess is how you read this. I thought I set this thing up different. I thought I had this figured out some other way once upon it earlier today. I'm pretty sure I changed all these. What happened here? Yeah, I did. Supposed to be this. Oh, maybe you got to do it for every freaking one of them? Or every time or something like that? Oh, that's screwed up. I was messing with this yesterday and or last night, I mean. I don't know, something else I can do here. Let's see what there's something else. Ooh, yeah, candles. Can you do bars? I hate. That. You can't just do a bar, huh? That's pretty weird. Oh, yeah, there's bars. Okay. Thought there was one here called initial balance retracement or something. That's what I thought I was looking for. Oh, yeah. No? Oh, that's not it, is it? I hope not. Oh, well. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing in case you can't figure that out. So I'll do something else. I'll do something else. Well, that's quite the dump. Step away for literally less than an hour, 45 minutes. Look at that. Boop, boop. And then back in an hour and it's right back where I left off. Jesus. That's incredible, isn't it? And I'm going to have to do this another time and not be wasting valuable screen time here. Screen time. Well, my one signal trade fired okay. I was not on the job. And boy, would that have been one hell of a killer trade to milk. But it's like everything, you know. Hindsight is so good. I'm a really great rearview mirror trader. Not funny. Oh, see if I can see without these VWAP bandy things here. What I believe actually, like that big 229 handle dump that, based on a Trump tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on that Friday, where it was a complete nothing burger. He accused China of doing something and threatened to do something. The market dumped 229 points. Neither one of the two things to do with the tweet happened. China hadn't done it and he didn't do anything. I think when the market wants to get to somewhere or do something, any precipitant or any excuse, however you want to call it, and then they rip with it, right? And then I suppose it becomes self-fulfilling, a self-fulfilling prophecy or like a snowball. After it once gets ripping, then everybody starts going. I don't know. That's kind of my thinking. And I realize that sounds like, I had to be on Alex Jones' InfoWars there, but Just what I think. Because that thing with Trump and the tweet's a perfect example. Absolutely nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. But the market dumped 229 handles. There's a thing called the liquidity vacuum, which is essentially a stop cascade, and that's real simple. Like if at if right here at 59, somebody throws a thousand lot order in, well, that's going to take out close to 9 or 10 levels in the book, and once that starts, boom, down she goes. Fuel, huh? That's really amazing. Right down to your 75 again, or 85. Isn't that something? What was it, Monday you were talking about that? I think. Yep. And you know, it's like getting a bunch of chickens scared or something. You know what I mean? If there's a big news thing and everybody's I've got a hair trigger. So when somebody kicks in a dump of 10 handles or something, then oh boy, you know, everybody hits the windows. Out they go. I think it's incredible that I stand here and we stand here, or whatever, you've been trading. I stand here and narrate this thing and just think, oh, Christ, here we go again. Go away, and literally, I doubt if my butt had crossed the threshold of this door before this happened. That is amazing. And another layer of evidence that gives me more confidence in my, suspicion that it's just a precipitant. Nothing changed, right? And here we are. Nothing changed down here. Meta's still laying off 8,000 people. If it was if it was going to be a giant pain in the ass in the economy, wouldn't it stay down here? Why would that happen? Why would it just immediately turn around and scoot right back to the scene of the crime? Yeah, I really think that's all it is. They're just looking for a reason. And another 8,000 people and a bunch of stuff into unemployment, and let's get some new all-time highs. What a crock of crap. at the candles over here, which I don't know. Pretty much the same deal as when you called 85 the other day before yesterday. I don't remember what precipitated that, and that's one thing about Bookmap. You can't wander back there and look at that stuff, but, obviously something did. Yeah. Oh, well. As they say in Forrest Gump, shit happens, right? But it's somebody made a bundle of money. Made a bundle of money. Somebody probably made more money right here in that brief time period, however many minutes that were, that I would be able to retire and live comfortably with my family for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? It's really incredible how the disparity in all things like that. I don't know. Yeah, that whole story of just Fed rate and berating Powell and all of that, just it is, in my opinion, and I'm obviously pretty much capitalistic standing here trading, but it's like a little too far, maybe. There are some people who go a little too far, I think, sometimes. I'm not sure I could explain why I think that. I think it's I think it's profit above country, which is I don't buy it, hold of that. Well, yeah, good for you. That's fantastic. If I'd have been standing here, I might have even been bold enough to throw on a short. That looked like or maybe I would have finally gotten the courage right down here at 83. Huh? Imagine the poor dork that sold the bottom. Wow. That would be a one for the record books. Not the good books, but Wrong screen. Sorry, I realize that now. My phone has this great thing on it where it just pops up photos and stuff. Here's September 29th, 2020. There's the three of us on a sailboat out of Langkawi, actually. Yeah, that was a great day. Great time. Fond memories. And I'm sure there's somebody, probably, Furs or somebody in the TLab got the short and picked up covered and got the upswing too. I admire those or envy those guys that are quick enough. Assuming it's real. Well, well, well. I didn't even think about it, but I probably have an A signal right here because it approached the IB low from the right direction, but there is no, that would have been the B with the continuation, but no trigger. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah. Well, there's the A and the B, but no trigger. Yeah, I'm right. See? In a queue. This is where that I need to change up these levels and stuff. I like that probability thing a lot. I've got to get to the bottom of that tonight. This afternoon and more. I just can't, I don't want to fire up something else and be focusing somewhere else on getting. I've got to look back actually at the video, the onboarding video where he explains that particular setup thing, which resonated with me, and figure out which one of the reports he was using. There's 3 of them, and which one he was using, because it made perfect sense. And I don't want to do that now. I'm quite encouraged by this idea here, because I'm, what's the story you keep doing? Insanity. You do the same thing over and over and expect a different result, which is not really what I'm up to. But this is actually the one complete strategy that I have vetted and done the back testing, and it didn't work out up to expectations for the back test. And I think I was talking about that. The interesting point of view that someone had about, well, what good does it do you to back test 500, back 5 years or whatever, so many days, when the dynamics of the market are completely different now. Good point. So maybe instead of being a big shot back testing for 500 days all the time, do it for within the recent period and see what the stats are. Number one, and number two, I'm real excited, I guess you could say, and encouraged to look at this from a probability point of view of the statistics, not so much the in-depth back test. And that's the approach that Rod, who I admire a lot as a trader, and some of the guys on Static use, Harry and Jorgensen, those guys. They don't back test anything, really, but they use a probability of that being done when this and this, rather than all these specific rules. So we'll see where this goes, but I'm quite encouraged by it. And I really, and I'm, obviously will share whatever I come up with. Either way, whether it's another dead end or, here goes Boomer down the rabbit hole again. Not funny, goddamn. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. God damn it. I'm a nice guy now. Oh, what happened here? Oh, yes, 2 o'clock. He participates in a healthcare affordability event. Well, that's got to be. What are they going to do? Throw rotten eggs at him? I mean, if this isn't a guy who has no concept of what healthcare affordability is, I never met one. Or any empathy. I think one of the things that kind of disturbs me about a lot of politicians, but in particular Trump, absolutely no empathy for anybody else. No empathy at all. You know, let him eat cake, kind of. And that bothers me, actually. So heads up, it's 1400. And I was just getting ready to do something when I got stuck over here. I don't remember what. Oh yeah, it's music. What was that? I noticed the music pooped out, so excuse me. Let's do that. This will take us out of the day, I'm sure of that. With your hedge idea, I guess it doesn't matter at all, but do you sort of, the initial direction that you expect is where you throw the mini and then the hedge side is the micros, or the other way around, so that you have some way of scaling out on the main direction and hedge off the mini? Just curious, and maybe there's an obvious answer to that I shouldn't have even asked the question, but you know, what can I say? Captain Obvious? I don't know. So well, here we are in the power hour, and it's been one wild noon hour. Let's see what else goes on. The 12-to-1 stat's in play, but I mean, come on. I'd say there's the two chances of that today are slim and none. The 12-to-1 stat. Hold on a second here. Forget my chapters. It's real simple. It just simply says that if a new high or low is made between 12 and 1, that there's a very high probability, and I don't know what the probability is, but supposedly it's 90%. I've not done it myself, so I probably shouldn't quote it, but here you go. There's a very high probability that this low, in this case, because that's the new high or low that we made, will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the session. So, in other words, that's saying then that at some point between now and 1600, price is going to come down and take this low out. Seems a little far-fetched to me, but hey, when I walked away from the office, it seemed a little far-fetched that we were going to drop about 100 handles, you know. So, oh, we did. What do you want? And this one didn't put the trigger in. Boy, close though. Right there would be the trigger candle. Wait a minute. Oh, no. This is so close to being the trigger, it's not even funny. I guess it would be a tick. And boy, wouldn't that have been a lovely short? Lovely would it be? Let's say 46, 20 handles. 15, 20 handles short without any pullback or any heat across here. Boom. Yeah. And with that short, the profit from that short right there, and my rear view mirror trading skills, I'm going to go buy a imaginary Ferrari. Not going to happen, probably. I am not. I didn't take the trade. This is just rear view mirror, but it is quite a thing to see here, isn't it? Wow. And look how close we came to that all-time high. Huh. Pretty crazy. But you don't care which one you lead with, right? Whether it's the micros or the mini. That was what I was thinking about. Yeah. Yeah, cool, thanks. Interesting. Let's see if I can find the right thing here. Down. Wow. What is this? Now. No, this doesn't do it. No. Oh, well. I'll have to figure it out later. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about, is that you would lead with the micros, because that way you can scale. You have flexibility, right, with size. Exactly. Cool. Right. Cool. Well, it makes good sense. That's great knowledge. Thanks for sharing. Oh boy. Well, now what could happen again, which I mentioned before, which did happen over here. The A was put in, the B, blah, blah, blah. Now there's an A and a B. If this busts around and comes back up here to the trigger, it will trigger this trade, a short. So that could be a could be an issue, and maybe that's something I need to work on here, among every other thing I need to work on. I don't take any trades after 2 o'clock or 1400. I've got an end of day rules down here that clear it out, close out any positions at 14:30, basically 90 minutes. I change those by these settings up here. Position trades to start and stop, and position, and then, but that's what it is. 60 minutes in and 90 minutes stop. So it does. It could enter a trade at 1400, but it would be automatically liquidated at 1430. Wow. Well, my first, yeah, I very appreciate it, definitely. My first thought and fear was what you're working on and what you'd already pre-considered, which was that the entries, right? Because my first fear was, okay, I'm going to put on a long and I'm going to put on a short, and the market's going to do one of these whipsaws, and then I'm going to be standing there looking double stupid with a pair of stops. I see you obviously thought of that one well in advance, so good for you. Honey, I figured out a great way to lose my money twice as fast. Yeah, I go big, huh? Quite obviously, there's a correct way to do it, and it's the right way to trade because, you know, the likes of Henry Druckenmiller and Soros and those boys they don't make billions of dollars a year. And he pays that Warsh guy consulting fee or something for his hedge, $10 billion, $1 million a year, something crazy thing like that. Yeah, I would like to play in that league just about, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes, and I could retire for life. I've also noticed a couple of times they're taking advantage of that, of the curve trade, and that, you know, the time after the cash close till 1600 when the market actually does shut down, to keep the closing swing on and grab some of these levels. The other day they took the initial balance high out after that. Whether that's intentional or what, I don't know. Here we are, rounding the final curve, headed for the top of the hour, which will be the cash close, and the stream will ride wistfully into the sunset here. Every day I start at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time in the morning and trade through the 1500 cash close. Every trading day, I should point that out. And at this point, typically, what I do is kind of the market recap, what the hell happened all day. And boy, it's been pretty interesting. There you are. It was a nothing burger times 2, and Katie bar the door times 3, and then back here we are. Yeah, crazy. Crazy. What do I imagine is going to happen? I would say more of the same, probably. Here's what we have in IRT. There you are, now we are. All of this stuff looks tradable. I wasn't standing here, I had stepped away. Certainly didn't expect that. Looks a bit more dramatic over here, actually. We put in some singles right there, I think. Let's check. No. No singles today. So, IRT. This is my charting software. The other one's Bookmap. Obviously, you know that, I guess. Just, for the sake of repetition and for members that may not be aware, any of the IRT charts or even Cool pages basically have the data is important in the header. First is the name of the particular chart, which is meaningless to anybody else. But there's the instrument, there's the chart type, and then there's the periodicity and the session. So this is a micro ES Renko, micro NQ Renko. This is my micro high time frame, which we refer to as a micro composite. For the micro ES, and these are daily RTH candlesticks. Each one of these represents a full RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates these high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green line things that they push automatically to Bookmap, and then a micro composite VPOC and all that stuff. I do not change the market profile back and forth from micro to mini. I just leave it on minis. And that's the same for both tab configurations. This is for the mini. This is the mini tab. And this is the micro tab. How are we doing for volume? Well, we've been right a little above, a little below 100% volume, this is average volume for this time of day, looking back 20 sessions. And here is the ATR for the 1 minute candle at this time of day. We've been pretty, as you can see, this has been a pretty what the hell's going on period right over here with this big gap down to 285 or 70.85. And lo and behold, where do we go on this one? 70.85 or 3 maybe. If you notice the info box, whichever candlestick here I hover over, it'll give you all the data. So the low today is 70.80, and the low right here was 70.85. So this one actually got 5 points lower than 2 days ago, but pretty coincidentally. And did it close the gap? Oh, definitely, because the high here on this gap high was 70.89. So there you go. This gap's been concluded, which doesn't mean anything. This is the way I do the micro composites, but there you go. And that brings up something different that I may need to change that I discovered. I typically look at a gap from the previous RTH high or low and wherever we open the current RTH. In other words, so my gap here would have been over on my high time frame chart, the book map, would have been the high of this candle and the open of this one. My gap would have been from 70.89 to 71.21 quarter. That's the gap. Now, I noticed on Edgeful and some other places I've been looking at, they look at the gap from the RTH close to the new RTH open. So in that case, it would have been, the gap would have been, well, 78 quarter gap low, and open would be 71.21 quarter gap high. So that would be different. I can't draw it that way because I can't put the profile halfway through this candle, you know. So I'm probably going to stick with the way I do it. But I noticed that on some of the reports and things over there, when it's a gap report, they're looking at they're looking at close to open, not high or low to open. I don't know if that can be edited or something or not, but that's something I did pick up when I was doing the onboarding things and stuff. So let's get on with it now, as I'm busy rambling along here. Investing.com. This is my usual older go-to news source. I'm not sure how long that'll last, but first you can filter it for wherever you are and whatever reports you're interested in. They only track typical normal event calendar items. And this is the wrong one. This is earnings. Well, we'll look at earnings. We are in earnings season, right? Here's the calendar. I just realized I was still on the earnings. Sorry about that. So they only look at typical traditional calendar events. And notice that the event title changes to a URL. So if you don't know what an initial jobless claims is or means or something, you can click that link and find out the previous releases and what about it and who puts it out and all that stuff. And then do more if you want to. And here is our PMI and for both services and manufacturing. And this free, so I do that on purpose so that anybody can have access to this resource if they want or need to. Any of you within the sound of my voice here. And also then the second one is financial juice. And I've heard a lot of people and made some comments about some function of a Henry Bloomberg much more rapid news releases than financial juice. Maybe it's being, maybe it's being moved over or pushed out or bettered by somebody, but I haven't gotten to the bottom of where to find it yet. So in this moment, the second one I use here is financial juice, and they have a typical calendar function over here. One thing that's good about their calendar function is, why are we doing May 1 and April 30th? What the hell is going on? That's pretty crazy. There we go. Jesus. The thing that they do here that I find I'm really appreciative of, in addition to the typical economic reports, they'll pull something like this deal right here into the calendar. Now that you're never going to see that on investing.com. It's got nothing to do with a typical, with any kind of economic report or release. However, in this current environment, we know that anytime Trump in particular gets in front of a camera or microphones, he could say something that could very definitely impact our market auction. And so I really appreciate it when they pull that kind of stuff in, because I believe that my primary job as a trader is to manage and preserve my account. And the only way you can do that, the first basic rule to do that is risk management. If you don't know about a risk, you can't manage it, or mitigate it. So that's how I look at this. And then on the right side over here is this is more of a squawk box, and they kind of, all these things are just kind of running, and they got the time on them. And this is where at 14:50 today, we'll have the market on close and balance. Yeah, they got them all. So that's pretty much what I'm thinking about the market. Be really careful if you're trading ETH hours. I know I've been looking at it and thinking maybe I need to start doing a stream, at some point for a brief period of time in the ETH or London Open or something. But these random moves, and especially in the ETH, London, you're probably safe because, I guess those guys in DC sleep sometime, but you could get hit out of no place with something like this pretty easy. And the thing about the ETH is it's such light volume, low liquidity. You can get a lot of slippage. You can the market can get shoved around a lot. So there you go. I'm thinking about it long and hard. And now I am going to get rid of the IB data lines in Bookmap here, and I'm going to get the session prices back over there so they're all set for the ETH and tomorrow. Pretty quick. The session, these pullback and continuation and trigger zones will go away, and the session price lines will come back. The reason I do this is so I don't want to, I feel like the chart gets really cluttered. I did have these in addition to session prices, but it seems pretty cluttered to me, and the session prices are all right here. You see? So, there's the ETH low, and there's the ATH low, and there's the line. Well, okay, great. Here's the IB low, and there's the IB low. So, I think it's less confusing that way. Who knows? And I'm liking this new workspace pretty well. Without the dome on it, I don't, because I've got liquidity right here, and I've got the prices right here and the liquidity adjacent, and that's all I was really using the dome for anymore, because I was trading pretty much with the mouse and the keyboard, so I wasn't using the dome columns as much. And here are the micro composite columns where I enter those values manually, the high and low volume nodes, the full session view volume profile. Now this is real important to understand. This is the full session or the Globex, if you're looking at my stuff. This starts plotting at 1700 when we reopen this evening, and will continue through 1600 today. This is the Globex. This is not the ETH. That's why at some point these two pick up, and pretty soon they're equal as far as, because it's going to continue. Well, there's the ETH right there. There's the ETH low. So when this session started today, this section of this volume profile wasn't here, because it had only been plotting from the ETH high, which is here, to the ETH low, which is here, overnight. And I don't know a way it would be fine for me, and I think I'd actually prefer to have this just be the ETH. So in other words, it started there and it ends right down here, and it doesn't continue doing this plotting, but I don't think there's a way to do it. So I'm not going to argue with it. I'm on an older release here. I had 7.7, build 29, I think, or something. No, 7.649, yeah. 30. There's a new one out, 7.7. I don't know what build they're on, but the people I've talked to that have switched to it, it doesn't, the updates have not been implemented for like the break-even line and some of the the trading support that I like for the purpose of the stream, because it's, really clear and concise, and no question about it at all. That's all the parameters around the trades, and that the trades are live and they're here. So I want that for permanent record. So I haven't updated, and I won't until I hear about that. What else are we going to do? Well, in about 2.5 minutes, we're going to have the market on close and balance. And then this square dance is going to wrap up at the top of the hour. Every trading day from 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500, live and direct. Now, something to further the concept of transparency and accountability. I stream the entire monitors, not just the application. So you can see all the programs that are or are not open, the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, and that ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. So there's that. Well, I'm going to be real interested to see if I could pull any of these stats together in a meaningful way that we can use tomorrow. I'm real excited to see it work. Or not. But you never know till you do, right? Well, there's the market on close. That's the first time we've seen an actual reaction like more typical. But there you go. Now and I can say that with complete confidence. In a minute, it'll pop up over here, and we'll know what those values are. I'm going to say that they were sell side. Let's see. Yeah, okay, they're there. So it's a 1,701,000,000 sell-side S&Ps, 405 million sell-side NAS 100, 550 million sell-side Dow 30, Mag 7, 587 million sell side. And there you have it. And let's see. Ah, damn, I didn't copy it last time. Son of a gun. Sorry about that. And the other day was 2,800,000,000. And and we get all huffy and puffy that we're sure there's somebody's hunting our 2 micro stops, And these guys are flipping billions of S&P minis around just on the market on close imbalance, just orders imbalance, not through what's happened through the day, not the last hour, just imbalance. These are market on close orders that'll have to execute in the close. Yeah, a whole nother world. I'd like to get even close to it at some point for about a week or a month, and everybody I know would be fixed up for the rest of their life. Well, remember that you are the most important critical piece of equipment that you've got in your trading office. That's not a job. I didn't remember to do it again this morning. I keep forgetting to do that. And what I mean by that is, and it's the truth, we spend all of our time and money looking at monitors and software and indicators, and I'm going to find out this Edgeful something or another. Your eyes take in all the data, your brain processes it, and you make financial decisions that affect you and your family. So tomorrow morning at 8:30, get all set, get all your homework done, get all your pre-market done, and the minute that market starts to open, close your eyes and tell me how your trading goes for minutes. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Make sure you're well hydrated, well rested, not on emotional tilt. Exercise, be as fit as you possibly can, because you are it, You are not only the most important, but the critical and basically the weakest link in the chain. If you crap out, all the stuff you've got sitting around you on your desk is useless. It's just a paperweight. Or as we used to say, it's just a dinghy anchor. So that's a piece of advice from the old one. But it's the truth. And it's so easy, I understand. It's so easy to get fixated and stand here. I stand up all day. I don't have chairs in here. These are standing desks. But however you're doing it. And you get all focused on the charts and how am I going to do this? And is this giving me the edge and all that crap? And, you forget about all the rest of it. Or maybe I'm just obsessive compulsive and I'm the only person that does that. I don't know. But anyway, there you go. We got about 6 minutes here till the close. Let's just watch what they do with it. I'm going to see if I can find this other stuff. So the bar trade, did the bar trade go to the bar? Where'd those guys go? No. Oh man, come on. What the hell is going on? Well, the bar trade didn't like that big, well, this would have been a good one. Breakout, retest. Retest or retest, however you want to look at it. To the short side, not a lot of room down there, but well, actually, I'm completely full of crap. Look over here. You see what's happened with the scale? This little short right here is 20 handles. 50 to 30. That's 20, I believe. Used to be. have to take my shoes off to do that math, but you know. So these little shorts here, like this one over here, is a 20 handle dump, so that's a pretty good short. And I was standing here and watched that one. I was kind of dumbfounded by the big drop and trying to figure out why that had occurred, but I guess that's a problem with focusing on what's important at the time, maybe. This doesn't have any extension because it's superseded on, you know, it's eclipsed on both sides by an outside bar. And what happened to Al over here? Well, oh, look at Al. Al got short and got hammered. That's pretty bad. That's at 62 ticks. And then we got short right here. And we picked up would have been close to 250 ticks over here. It doesn't add this two targets together. It's pretty annoying, but he wants to change it. So that would have been magnificent right there. Of course, we weren't there, but had you been watching this one, that would have been a signal. There's the breakout for the trade right there. This is all rearview mirror, of course. This is the review, right? And here we are with the IB at the IB trade. There was the last signal thing there, and there will not be any more. There was no trigger by a tick. Otherwise, this would have been short. Okay. Oh, baby, 2 minutes. The 2-minute warning. Isn't that a football thing? Yeah, it's a football deal, isn't it? I wonder if they still do that. When I was playing football in high school, they did that. And no comments. Yes, there was footballs invented when I was a kid. They were actually still they were made out of real leather. I don't know if they do that anymore. But footballs were leather then, that's for sure. Okay. Well, we'll see where we go with this new tool that I've gotten to try to help us all get something figured out. I would feel so great if we could come up with a nice little strategy that has a reasonably consistent win rate and just, you know, everybody be on easy street. That ATM in the basement, that's not going to happen, but maybe. Who knows? I don't think we're going to get the 12-to-1 stat today. Unless they really unplug this son of a gun on the way down. So we're into the about 15 seconds for the cash close. The stats go until 1600, so there's that, but you know. Well, and I didn't think it was going to remember. It did this in 30 seconds or 30 minutes easily, so it could certainly do that again. I'll be interested to watch. My computers and my machines continue to plot, you know, bookmap and IRT and all that stuff until 1600 when I shut it off, and then I've got the entire ETH and RTH captured over here and recorded, and then I fire it back up again after I've done any replays or testing I want to do after 1700. This is all Central Standard Time, remember. And I change IRT from RTH session to full session again. All the little housekeeping chores to keep the session prices pushing out as expected to the boys and girls. Yep, take care, man. Congratulations on that hedging thing. That's real encouraging. Have a great afternoon. Say, give my regards to South Florida. Dirty dog, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Well, there's 15:01. I've been standing here 7 hours and 1 minute. Not continuously, but you know, pretty near, considering I started about 6, a little before. And I'm interested to jump into that other thing and see what I can get worked out over there. Plus, I've got a later school run this afternoon. So yeah, have a great day. Remember the words of the great one to take care of yourself and keep your priorities organized and keep focus on your health and your state, physical, mental, monkey. And when you're in good shape, not on emotional tilt, well rested, hydrated, all that stuff, Monkey Boy has got a lot less impact on you. So you're not going to be getting FOMO'd and all that other crap that happens from Monkey Boy. So there you go. Have a great night. Thanks for coming by the stream. Like and subscribe. That's a huge deal, and that's all we get out of it. And drop comments and interact in the chat. That's a big deal. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.